that question. Okay, as we usually do in doubt sessions, right? So you just paste the screenshot or let me know in which question you have doubt. Okay, so let's wait for 5 more minutes and then we will start our class.
Ma'am, will you take doubts from week 4?
Yeah, this is the week 4 doubt session. Yeah, you can ask question from week 3 GE2. Just send the screenshot and we can discuss that. Okay, so let's start with our first question. So this is the question from graded assignment, I guess, graded assignment 3. So, so this question says that we have first of all, we have a sheet ABC. Okay, so this is our sheet ABCD. Then what happens? So we have cut some square of length x from this corner and also from this corner, and similarly here. So we have cut the length of x uh, two squares and one rectangle, two rectangles. Okay, so this is the square we have cut, this is the square, and these are the rectangle we have cut, so that we can flip this part. So we will flip this part and make a top. This is your bottom of the box, so that you can create a box. Okay, so ultimately this whole length is given to be 10, and this uh, length is given to be 3. Okay, now we have to guess that what will be the volume of this particular box. Okay, so this is our first question. I'll repeat again. So what we need to do. So here a given rectangle sheet is ABCD, and you can say that the breadth and the height of the sheet is given to be 10 and 3. Now what we have done, we have to cut two squares. So these are the two squares you have to cut of dimension x, and two rectangles you have to cut of dimension x. And here the what you can see that the length of this rectangle is given to be 5 meter, but that's not a useful thing to us. So the thing is, we are taking this length to be 5 meters so that we can flip it and make a top. Okay, so now we have to find out what will be the volume of that particular box, whatever box we will made out of this particular sheet. Okay, so you know that if you are making the box, then the volume is nothing but length plus width plus height. Okay, so this is the formula we have to apply. So here, see, the original length is 10, and from this 10 length, we are cutting one square and one rectangle of x dimension. So that means we are
Ma'am,
subtracting 2x.
volume will be length into, I mean, multiply with into 5
Yeah,
or
sorry. Yeah, I was saying multiplication. So I write down plus. Yeah, so it's all multiplication actually. So this length will be after cutting 2x dimension, this length will become 10 minus 2x. Similarly, the width will become 3 minus 2x. And you guys can observe that the height of whatever box we are constructing, that height is nothing but x dimension, because we are cutting this thing and then we are folding it up. So if you just take a sheet and if you cut these two square and then make it as a one edge, or you can say one side of that particular box, then the length of that box will become x. So here height is nothing but x. So this will give us the volume.
Ma'am,
So
how
here,
10 minus x?
yeah, see, we are cutting x and x length over here, right? So you have to cut what one square of length x, and we are cutting one. I mean, this particular length is also x, so that it will become x minus x to x.
Ma'am, but the distance is breadth right here.
Yeah, so this distance is a little bit much. I mean, it's 5, but the thing is, we are using this 5 breadth to make so that we can flip it over and make a top of that particular box. So we'll just use x length, and then whatever remaining is that. So you can assume that we are cutting this whole thing, but what we are doing, we are taking up to x length, and when then whatever remaining is there, we are making the top of that particular paper. So that's why this what you can say width is becoming 10 minus 2x. I hope I was correct. Okay, I think yeah, I got your point. What you are saying? Why this is 10? It should be 5 minus 2x, right? Yes, it should be 5 minus 2x. So actually, um, we are cutting a rectangle here of with x and breadth to be equal to 5. So the remaining, so if you want to consider a volume of a box, so suppose this is the box. for this box, we need two things. We need height. So we figure out that height is nothing but x, because once we cut this square, we can fold this particular edge to make one edge of our box, right? So height is obviously x. Now we have to take care of this particular length. So what will be this length? We have to figure it out, right? So the total length is given to be 10. Now from this length we are cutting 5, right? So that is 10 minus 5, and then we are cutting x too. So that is minus x.
Ma'am, is that
Yeah.
x mentioned as square, but it's written as rectangle, right?
Yeah, it's but they have explicitly mentioned that removing two squares of equal dimension, and they have named it too. So they have named it to be A, E, F, and Z. So
Fine.
because of that, I can assume that it's a square. Although it looked like a rectangle, but we can assume, right? So it's not an issue for us. So here total length is 10. So what we are doing, we are cutting this 5 length. Rectangle of 5 length, right? So that means whatever remaining thing is, we need to figure out what is this particular length is, because this will become the what you can say, one edge or one edge of our box, either this particular length or and this height is already given to us, but we have to figure out these two lengths. What are they? Okay, so this length you can easily see that it's nothing but this particular length. So here the total length is 10. So we are cutting one rectangle of length 5, and we are also cutting one square of length x. So you can say that 10 minus 5 minus x. So it should be 5 minus x. So that means this length is 5 minus x. Are you guys agree with my logic? What I want to say? Is
But
that
ma'am,
okay?
like we are cutting by for two
This
two
question is
sides,
from
right?
which section?
I think it's the graded assignment question might be. So this question
No,
belongs
this
to which
is
section?
practice assignment question 19.
Practice assignment week 3.
Week 4.
Practice assignment week 4 question is this. Let me see first.
19th one.
Oh, okay. Yes, Shubhi. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Shubhi.
Ma'am, I have an image. First of all, ma'am, please tell me if we are making the cell set of A, comma E, for example,
Mm-hmm.
then it will be a equivalence relation or only symmetric and transitive we can consider.
Only A, comma A we are taking, right?
A, comma E, if we are taking the set.
A, comma A, right?
Yes, ma'am, only
So,
this. A,
so it's
comma
an
E or B
so
you can say. Yes, ma'am.
so what's the relation? What's the restriction here? We are collecting A, comma B, but is there any relation between A and B?
No, ma'am. Only I was asking if it is equivalence set or not.
No, it's not an equivalence set. There is nothing like equivalence set. So there is a equivalence class or equivalence relation, but there is
Sorry,
nothing like
equivalence
equivalence set.
relation.
Equivalence relation, you have to check 3 properties, right?
Yes,
Reflexive
ma'am.
symmetry. So
Yes.
we can discuss this at the end. So first figure out this thing. So yes, so what I was explaining is so it's a question from practice assignment week 4. So in this question, I'll explain again. So we have given a sheet of a rectangle sheet of dimension 10 and 3. And then from this sheet, we have to cut two rectangles and two squares. So two square of length x and two rectangles of, you can say that width of x and breadth to be equal to 5. So now if you fold this whole thing up and make a box, now we have to find out the volume of that particular box. Okay. So you know that if we have a box, yeah.
I just wanted to clear this. Okay,
Yes,
the breadth is like 10, right? 10 feet. Yeah.
yeah.
And then out of that, that part is 5.
Yeah, this part is 5. This whole
And
part
the
is 5.
part which is going as the side is x again.
Yeah,
Yes?
this is x. This is x.
No, from that 5, You're cutting
Mhm.
x off as side on the right side. I'm
No,
telling.
no, 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 no. This whole is 5. You can see the figure. In the figure, they have mentioned this whole length is 5, and
Yes,
this
ma'am. But
the
then,
remaining one is x.
yeah, from that part is x, right?
This part is x. But if you fold it out, you can see that this whole length will become the length or width, whatever you want to name it, width of our box, right? This remaining one. And this remaining length is nothing but total is 10. So we have to subtract from 10 to be 5 and x. So whatever we get
One
5
more
minus
x.
x.
Ma'am, but here
Ma'am,
GF is
minus
not
2x,
given
right?
anywhere.
No, no, no. We don't need one more x because see in the figure you can see, if you just observe that figure, it says that this x length is included into 5. It's not separated. It's included in 5.
Ma'am,
Are
here
you
GF
getting?
is not given.
Sorry, what?
Ma'am, GF is not mentioned anywhere in the question that like we have to take length of GF as x.
But it's mean that it's a square, right? So if it's a square, then all the length of each side will be same x. So because of the word square, you have to assume that the length of GF is also also x. Are you getting my point?
Yes, ma'am, that makes sense.
Hiba, is that okay? In the figure, you can see that this x is included in the
Yeah.
distance 5.
Mm.
Okay, so
Okay,
that's why
thank you.
this length
Excuse me,
will
ma'am.
become 5 minus
Excuse me,
x.
ma'am.
Yeah. Yes,
Sorry
Ashish.
for interrupting the class. Actually, I'm
Mhm.
asking this. This session is for which week, ma'am?
Week 4 doubt session.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am,
Thank
when you will answer those questions which we have,
Which questions?
that I have asked just now at the last.
Yeah, at the end. Because it's question from week 1, right? So I cannot break my flow now.
Okay, ma'am. At the
Okay.
last. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, so we figure out that this length will become 5 minus x. Height, we can easily see that height will be x. Now the remaining thing is to figure out the remaining length, or with whatever you want to name that side. So here it's kind of obvious that the total length is 3, and from this 3 length we have to remove 2x, right? So our width will become 3 minus 2x. So that means the length of this particular edge will become 3 minus 2x. So the volume of the box will become uh, 3 minus 2x multiplied by 5 minus x and multiplied by x. This will become our volume. So if you solve this, uh, we can easily solve this. So you can say that this is 15 minus 3x minus 10x plus 2x square, and then multiplication of x, right? I have just multiplied these two brackets. So if you solve this, you will get 2x square minus 3x, and 15 minus 10 will become plus 5 of x. So that is 2x cube minus 3x square plus 5x. So this is our, did I make any mistake? So this should be our answer. I think I did mistake here. So this is 15 minus 3x minus 10x. So that's why it's okay. So just have to multiply the factors. So this is equal to 2x square minus 13x plus 15th of x. So that is the answer will be 2x cube minus 13x square plus 15th x. So that's in the, yeah, this quantity is in our option. So that's why option 2 is correct.
Minus 13.
Minus 13. Yeah. Okay. So is that okay? How we get the volume? Initially, I wrote it down. 10 minus 2x is not actually correct. We have to do 5 minus x. So thanks for that. Is that okay? Clear to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they have posted the same question. This is also clear. Let's go to the next. Yeah. So we have a graph of a parabola. So this graph represents. What's your doubt in this particular question, Varun? Varun, you have mentioned one question in
Ma'am,
chat.
in the previous question, could you also explain option number 4, because in the answer it is also showing correct.
Okay. So what does option number 4 says in previous question?
Ma'am, which question number is this?
This is belong to practice assignment 19th question, I guess. This is, they say 19th practice assignment week 4. Okay, so fourth option says to create the box, a value of x should always be greater than 0 but less than 1.5. Okay, so to create the box, so obviously value of x should be greater than 0 because then only we can create the box. This is the fourth option, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so obviously the value of x should be greater than 0, and what does the other option say is that value of x should be greater than 0 and less than what is that, 1.5, right? So see, if you want to make okay, so what is the volume we got? So you got that volume is nothing but 2x cube minus 13x square plus 15th of x. Okay, so here we have to think a little bit. So here you can take x common and you can get a quadratic expression, which is 2x square minus of 13th of x plus 15. Right. So in this quadratic expression, so what we want volume to be positive, right? This is the thing we always want. So we want that this x and this factor should be greater than 0. So obviously here you can see that x is greater than 0. And also what we want 2x square minus 13x plus 15 should be greater than 0. Okay, now here we can find out the roots of this particular quadratic expression. So roots will be x is equals to minus b, that is 13, plus minus under the root of b square, that is 13 square minus 4ac, that is 4 into 2 into 15 by 2a, that is 2 into 2. Okay, so can you guys compute what will be the value of x? 13 plus or minus 13 square is 169, I think. And it's 8, so 15 into 8, 120. Let's quickly calculate, I'll do by hand. So 20 we have, so 40, 49 should be here. And 4. This is x is equals to 13 plus or minus 7 by 4. So that means x is equals to either 13 plus 7 by 4 or x is equals to 13 minus 7 by 4. I think my calculation is correct, but please recheck it if I have done a little mistake. So x will be 13 plus, so this will be, right, 20 by 4. And this x will give us 13 minus 7 by 4, that is 6 by 4. Right? So this 6 by 4 means 1.5. And this means 5. So what I want to say is just factor out this quadratic expression too. Or else we can just, already we have factored, right? We have actually this factor. We don't have to factor it out. We already have volume in the factored form. So we can use this too. So ultimately, if you don't do this scrap, we just have volume to be equal to, uh, uh, that is 3x minus, okay, 3 minus 2x, right? So I can write that 2x minus 3 and x minus 5 into x. So I want this volume to be greater than 0 so that my box should exist, right? So this implies that x should be greater than 0 and if the value of these two factors should be greater than 0, then only it makes sense. Right, so what I want 2x minus 3 should be greater than 0, so that means x, but they say less than 1.5, right? So let's see.
Yeah, 2x is greater than 3.
Yeah,
You take minus
2x is
3
greater
as well.
than 1.5, then x is ultimately greater than 1.5. Less than, right? Say to create the box, value of x should always be greater than 0, but less than 1.5. Okay. So if the value of x is greater than 1.5, then also it makes sense, right? Because ultimately okay, obviously the value of x can't be greater than 5. We have that reason because in the image you can see. So here obviously this is kind of nice thing that x should be greater than 0. Now we are left with two things, which is 2x minus 3 and x minus 5. This two factor. Okay, but in the image you can see that we are cutting a rectangle from one particular side. Okay, so we are cutting this whole rectangle from our rectangle sheet, and the and the length of this rectangle is actually 5, and they have mentioned that this length is x. So from the figure you can say that okay, the value of x is actually less than 5. Okay, so that means this factor will always give us the negative quantity, right? So we have one positive quantity which is x, and we have one negative factor, and I want my volume to be a positive factor, right? So I want this volume to be greater than equal to 0, not equal to, strictly greater than 0. So then for making it to be a positive number, I want this factor to be less than 0, right? So that means what I want, 2x minus 3 should be less than 0. So this will implies that 2x should be less than 3. So that means x should be less than 3 by 2, which is 1. So that's why the value of x is here is in between 0 and uh, 1.5. Okay. So I'll repeat what is our logic is. So I'll just mention the option 4. So here option number 4 says that the value of x should be greater than 0 and less than 1.5. Okay. So this is the correct option, and we have to guess why it's correct. Okay. So here you can easily see that if you want to make a box and that volume should be greater than 0, right? So volume should be greater than 0 means this multiplication of these three factors, that is this factor, and this factor, should be greater than 0. So here we can say that okay, x is greater than 0 because ultimately we are cutting some length. So that length should be positive, obviously. So that's why x should be greater than 0. Now the next thing is, from the figure we get that this length is actually less than 5. It's mentioned in the figure. So if you just open that figure, you find that this is our rectangle sheet, and we have cut a rectangle of length 5, and this is the length x they have mentioned in the figure. So that means from the figure we can say that okay, since x is less than 5, that means this factor will always be a negative, or will always give us a negative value. So making the whole volume to be positive, we want this factor to be positive. Sorry, negative, because minus minus will give us positive, right? So I want this 2x minus 3 to be negative. So that means this 2x minus 3 should be less than 0. That means 2x should less than 3. That means x should be less than 1.5. Okay. Is that okay to everyone? Any doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am, it's clear.
Okay. Fine. Yes, I'll get back to Varun. So here, yes, Varun, what's your doubt? You have mentioned a question, but there's only two options.
So I
This
have
is a
posted
parabola.
another one.
Okay, okay.
I have posted 4 options.
Yeah, okay. So you can find revision lectures for every week on YouTube. So they have mentioned the YouTube link. You can go to there and you can find it. I'm talking to Bhavana actually. Okay. So you have posted the rest of the options, right? So the graph can be represented by y is equals to a square, b not equal to 0. Okay, so there are some condition over b, I guess only, right? So three conditions are there. B is not equal to 0. I'll explain what is the question is. Just let me write it down first. And
Ma'am,
in
which
whole
question
this,
number? I
yes,
mean,
Varun, what's the question number?
from where this question has come?
This is a
Varun,
graded assignment.
graded assignment which week?
Week 3.
Okay, okay. So the question goes like this. We have a figure. In that figure, they have mentioned a parabola. And that parabola, I'll mention the important points. Intersect x-axis at 2. This is minus 2. And the vertex of this parabola is given to be minus 4. And we have to answer that the graph represented by, obviously all options cover the representation to be y is equals to ax square plus bx plus c. And that's correct because it's a parabola. So we can associate a quadratic expression to that. But it's a parabola, uh, and we have some restriction over b, that we have to figure out which option b is correct. It's gone. Okay. So there are three restrictions over b. B is not equal to 0, b equal to 0, and b is less than 0. Now we have to think. But here you have sufficient information. Although you have two roots, so you can easily figure out what is the value of parabola, right? So the parabola will be y is equals to, a will be there, then x minus 2 and x plus 2. Because you know that if you have two roots, then you can easily figure out what is the parabola is, right? Up to a constant multiplication. This is the, you can say that that root form of parabola, whatever that is. You can just
And is it
multiply here.
always necessary to multiply a constant?
Yeah, because the thing is, no matter what a you will take, ultimately you will get the same sort of parabola. So you have to take the multiplication factor in consideration whenever we have a root. Okay. Although we have one more information, -4, which is a coordinate of vertex. So I think by that also we can figure out what will be the value of b, or else let's see. So here a will be there. So it's easy, x square minus 4, right? So obviously b is equal to 0 is the answer, because only restriction is given over b. So we just have to think that what will be the value of b there. So b should be equal to 0. Is that okay, Varun?
But I have a doubt in why B is not equal to 0 condition does not satisfy.
Because b equal to 0. That's why b cannot be not equal to 0, because see, it's a parabola with two roots. One root is -2, another root is 2. So whenever you have a parabola in which two roots are already given to you, then okay, wait. Yeah, correct. And also one more thing is given, which is -4 here, right? So -4 is the vertex y coordinate. So you know that if the vertex is lying over the x-axis, so that means okay. So for this parabola, can you guys tell me what will be the axis of symmetry? But that will be a complicated angle, so we won't go there. We can just figure out by roots. So it's a parabola given two roots are -2 and +2. So the equation of parabola will become a x minus 2 into x plus 2, where a is greater than 0, obviously, because it's an upward parabola. So a is greater than 0. So the equation of parabola will be a into x square minus 4. So here there is no involvement of b. That's why b is equals to 0. And that's why b not equal to 0 option is incorrect. Is that okay, Varun?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, can we
Ma'am, I
solve,
haven't.
ma'am, in this question itself, can
Okay.
we solve this question? I mean, because see, it was given in the week 3, and now parabola and the roots we have studied in week 4.
Yeah.
So given with the knowledge of week 3, can we solve this, that we have 3 points as -2 0, 2 0, and 0 comma -4,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
then
you
we
can also.
substitute
You
x
can
and y,
substitute that. Mm-hmm.
and then we get 3 questions and we solve
Yeah.
that. So ultimately we'll get the value.
Yeah, that's also correct. You can also do by that way too. That you have 3 points lying over the parabola. One is -2 comma 0, 2 comma 0, and 0 comma -4. So you can just substitute. You will get 3 linear equation in form of ABC, and then you can solve it and you can get the value of B. That's also a correct way to go.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
So
Okay. I'll
what's the
go.
value of A here? Is it -1 or something?
The value of A we haven't calculated yet. Uh, I I don't know what. Actually, any value of A will give you the same sort of parabola.
But ma'am, A will come
Up
positive
to
because it's
stretch.
an up looking parabola. So A has
Obviously,
to come
it's a
positive.
positive, but any positive constant, no matter what you will plot, you will get some sort of same type of figure. So
No,
I don't
because
think by the
here
given.
if the y-intercept is -4,
Huh?
then in the equation you mentioned at the bottom, like which is A into x square minus 4,
Yeah.
um,
Okay. Yeah, we can calculate actually.
you
A,
have to
right?
substitute 0 for x, right?
Yeah. So that will be -2 and +2 here. So this will implies -4 is equals to A into -4. So value of A will be 1. Yeah. We can also calculate the value of it too, because of this point, right? 0 comma minus. Correct. So the value of A will be 1.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Can
Yeah.
we find value of v from
We already
bi-coordinate of
B we already found. Na B is equals to 0.
Ma'am, how is the value of A equal to 1?
See, one more point is given to us, that 0 comma -4 is a point lying over our parabola. So that means if you substitute x is equals to 0, value of y will be -4. So I just substituted x is equals to 0 here. So if you substitute x is equals to 0, you will get A into -4, which is equal to -4. Right? This is our equation of parabola, right? P of x is equals to
Okay,
a
okay.
into x square minus 4.
Ma'am,
Our
the
point is
constant
given
we
0 comma minus 4. So
the
this will imply a
constant
is equals to.
Okay.
the constant we assumed a is the a which is in the equation ax square plus bx plus c.
It's not the same a, but ultimately the equation will become y is equals to x square minus 4. So you can say that a is equals to 1, b is equals to 0, and c is equals to minus 4. So it's
But
not
this
the same
constant
a.
is not okay. So we
Yeah,
can
that
assume it
constant.
like k to avoid confusion.
You
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
any rename it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now let's go to the next question. Yeah, your voice is not clear. So I'm going sequentially.
Ma'am,
Okay,
I have
whatever
a doubt.
question. Yeah. Yes, sir, Shaili.
Ma'am, activity 4.13, question 5.
Yeah, can you paste that screenshot in the chat?
Ma'am,
That
my
will be.
question was before Varun, though I have not pasted the photograph. It's a practice assignment question 6.
Where it's your question before. Yeah, practice assignment question number 6. So, okay, I'll try to get that because the thing is, the question might be shuffled in every assignment, right? So, is this your question? Let Px and Qx be two non-zero polynomial degree m and n. Is that your question?
Ma'am, I'm just checking.
Yeah, because that's why I'm saying just send the screenshot so that it won't.
Yes,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
I'm sharing the screenshot.
Ma'am, there are two polynomials and they say they leave the same remainder when divided by x minus 2.
Let me see that one. It will be better if you share the screenshot because I can.
Okay, ma'am, I'll do that.
Okay, fine. I'll go to the next question. This is done. This one. So let Px be a polynomial and 7, 9 and 2 are the only zeros of the polynomial with multiplicities 3, 1 and 4 respectively. So then the degree of a polynomial can be at least. Okay, so here you can easily see that, okay, so Px is a polynomial of only roots are 7, 9 and 2. Okay, so 7, 9 and 2 are the zeros or the roots you can say. Right? And the multiplicities are 3, 1 and 4. So that means obviously this x minus 7 to the power 3 factor is there. X minus 9 factor is there because its multiplicity is 1. And x minus 2 to the power 4 factor is there. And some qx would be there because of the complex root, right? We know that it is possible to get a polynomial with complex root. So that's why they have mentioned that what can be the least degree of p of x. Okay, so we know that if some roots are there, then their respective factor with the multiplicity will be there in our polynomial expression, right? So if 7, 9 and 2 are the roots, so that means x minus 7, x minus 9 and x minus 2 factors will be there in our polynomial expression. And what will be the power of that factor? Power of that factor given by the multiplicities of the root. So here that means x minus 7's a multiplicity, sorry, the root 7 multiplicity is 3, so that's why power 3 is there. The root 9 multiplicity is 1, so that's why the power of this factor is 1. And the multiplicity of 2 is 4, so that's why the power of this factor is 4. So you can compute that the degree of p of x will be less than what? 3 plus 1 plus 4, because this factor will give you x cube, this factor will give you x, and this factor will give you x to the power 4. So if you multiply that, you will get x to the power 3 plus 1 plus 4, right, which is 8. So that means the degree of p of x is greater than or equal to 8. So that means the least degree would be 8. Is that clear? The accepted answer is 8.
Ma'am, I was having the doubt like why we are multiplying qx here.
See, there are cases when we have an expression which does not have a real solution. For example, you can observe that this new polynomial, I'll mention this p dash of x. So suppose this p dash of x is like this, x minus 7 cube, x minus 9, x minus 2 to the power 4 into x to the power 4 minus of or plus of 1. Okay, so here if you observe this q of x, this q of x does not have any real solution. right? Because you cannot find any x such that x to the power 4, or in place of x to the power 4, you can simply replace it by 2. We know that there does not exist a solution of this equation. X square is equals to minus 1, right? That is x square plus 1 is equals to 0. That means x square is equals to minus 1. We cannot find any such real x which satisfy this equation. So that means it's a part of polynomial which is not giving us any root, right? So it does not have a real root. So that's why such kind of factor could be there. That's why they have asked about the least degree, because the degree of this polynomial now increases. It become 10, right? X cube we can take from here, x from here, x to the power 4 from here, and x square from here. So the degree of this p dash is actually 10. With the same information, we have 7, 9, and 2 roots with the same type of multiplicities, 3, 1, and 4. But the degree increase, right? Because of such of q of x. Is that okay? Clear?
So we have to include that complex roots also in our solution, whether
Yeah.
it's mentioned or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
otherwise is mentioned or not. Although they
And
will
I was
explicitly ask. Yeah.
okay. Generally, we have to consider it.
Yeah, generally we have to consider.
And I was having a conceptual doubt, like it was like if we are having a constant polynomial, so its
Hmm.
degree will be zero. That's clear. But if we
Yeah.
are having a zero polynomial, so why we are saying that its degree is undefined? How? By
So
what logic?
because because if you have a zero polynomial, that means this p of x is equal to 0, right? You can write it as 0 x to the power 10, 0 x to the power 11, 0 into x to the power 12, right? So here we don't know, but any constant polynomial, suppose constant polynomial you have 1, you cannot write it as 1 into x to the power 10, right? These two things are not equal, because we know that if you multiply anything by 0, you'll get 0 back. So that's why here the polynomial, if it's a zero polynomial, its degree could be, you can say that, okay, it's not 0, it's 0 into x to the power 10, right? It's 0 into x to the power 11. So here there is no well-defined power of x is given. That's why we say that the degree of zero polynomial is actually undefined. Is that okay? Reasoning?
Yes. Okay. And one more doubt, like there was
Hmm.
a in a video lecture, it was
Hmm.
like we will be considering the graph to be polynomial only if it's smooth.
Yeah.
And there was one graph which there was a sharp cut in that graph.
Uh,
So they are considering that also as a polynomial. So I was a bit confused in that.
which sharp corner? Can you give me the picture?
Uh,
Because see what happens if it has like a very very sharp corner like this. So suppose I'll draw the graph of modulus of x function. So it has a very sharp corner. We know that whenever we have a sharp corner, there the function is not actually differentiable. So we'll learn all these things in upcoming week 7 mostly. So, but the thing with polynomials are very nice functions. So they are infinitely many times differentiable. They are continuous. So that's why they cannot have a sharp corner, but they can have a slightly like this type of corner, which
yeah,
seems.
yeah, this corner,
Mm,
yeah, this corner.
uh-huh. So it
It's
seems like
possible.
it is possible, because
Okay.
yeah, it is possible, because if you consider just by curiosity the graph of x square into modulus of x, this, okay, not, yeah. So it is possible to get such a sharp corners. I can
Okay.
also plot. I don't remember the examples, but you can get.
Okay, ma'am. And
Okay.
ma'am, last doubt, that if
Yeah.
discriminant is zero, then we say that quadratic equation has only one root.
Correct.
And there was a question in activity, question number 9. It said that if discriminant is zero, then quadratic equation will have equal roots.
Yeah. So actually, they are treating as x1 and x2. So x1 is given by minus b plus under the root of b square minus 4ac by 2a, and x2 is minus b minus under the. So they are saying that equal root means both the values will give you the same root. That's why sometimes they, in place of one root, they say real and same root or equal roots. Just a terminology.
According to the formula as per.
According to the form.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to the next question. iPhone. So, phone brands OnePlus, Vivo, and Oppo are owned by BBK Electronics. So, table 4.1 represent the data of the. Okay, what do we have to say? Are you able to see 7 dealers' locations and the sales of OnePlus?
Ma'am, this is from stat, I think.
Okay. So then I'll. Why you are sharing the stats question here? Fine, thank you for telling me. Okay, so now we have next question, which is a table 8.6.1 provide the information regarding some polynomials, which is the most suitable, not exact representation of h of x, where h of x is known to be a polynomial in x, and if h of x is px qx minus something something is given. Okay, so we have given the degrees over here and some condition also. We have to figure it out. What is our h of x? Okay, it's question number 13 from practice assignment.
Ma'am, I have also a doubt.
Yeah. What's your doubt?
Ma'am, activity 4.13, question number 5.
But your voice is not clear, Shelly, actually. Okay, just tell me the location, the question. Activity 4.5,
4.13.
4.13.
13.
Is there any 4.13?
Question 5.
Question 5. Okay. We'll see.
Ma'am, I shared it in the chat.
Sketch factor of stretch factor of the given graph. Is that your question?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have to find out the stretch factor. So here this polynomial, the roots are clearly visible to you, right? So the roots are, one is given to be, so this is the question. In the question given is a polynomial of like this, right? So here one root is given to be 8, 6, right? 8 comma 0 is this point. This point is 2. I'm sorry. This is 0 comma 8, and this is the point 2 comma 0. And this point is not given, but you can assume it to be 1 actually, because it's in the middle kind of thing.
Yes,
So
ma'am. -1, 0.
-1 comma 0. So p of x is given, so you can easily figure out what is the so stretch factor means the value of a, actually we have to think. That is whatever the coefficient of x cube. So this p of x, you can find out. Is there any degree mention of p of x? No, degree is not mentioned, right?
No, ma'am. No degree is mentioned here.
But you can see that it's of even multiplicity. So minimum degree you can count it. It would be 2, and this could be 1. Right? So you can assume that it could be a cubic polynomial. Are you getting my point? Why I'm assuming that suppose p of x is actually a cubic polynomial, that is ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus d. You can assume that it's a cubic polynomial because here you have a root with least multiplicity could be 2, and here the roots least multiplicity could be 1 because it's intersecting the x-axis, right? So it could be a cubic polynomial, and stretch factor means you want to find out the value of a actually. So what will be the value of a you will get? Okay, so can we figure it out? Obviously the value of d is 8 because p of 0 is 8. Here this is your p of 0, so that means d is equals to 8 we have, and two factors we can find from here. But yeah, so this will give you that x minus 2 the whole square, and this will give you x plus 1 the whole square. Okay, so this you can see that this p of x is actually equal to, okay, so forget about all this thing. You can easily count that p of x is actually equal to x plus 1, not square, x plus 1 into x minus 2 the whole square. Okay, so try to compute it, what it would be. So it will be x square plus 4x minus 4.
Ma'am,
Sorry.
ma'am, why you are taking one as x plus 1 and another as x minus 2 whole square?
Because see, the two roots are, one root is 1, one root is minus 1, and another root is 2. So if x is equals to a is the root, then we know that x minus a factor will be there in polynomial. So x is equals to a is the root. That means x minus a is a factor of polynomial. This is the logic we have applied. So if 2 is
Okay,
the
ma'am.
root, so that means x minus 2 is a factor of polynomial. And again, you can see that here we have that means the nature of polynomial
But here the
is like
multiplicity is 2, that's why we square it. X minus
yeah,
2
that's
also.
why we square. Okay, then we have x plus 1. So that will be your x cube. But again, we have to multiply it by a because we have to find out the stretching factor here. Okay, so let's see where it goes. X cube minus 4x square plus 4x plus x square minus 4x plus 4. Okay, so this will be equal to a times x cube minus 3x square. This got cancelled out plus 4. This is your p of x and you want to find out the value of a. We have one more information is that p of 0 is equals to a. So we'll just compute p of 0. That will be a 0 minus 0 plus 4. So that means 4a is equals to 8 means the value of a is 2. Okay, so I'll explain this question now what is happening here. So see a polynomial is given to us by this particular figure and they are asking about a stretch factor. So what is a stretch factor in a polynomial is actually it is the coefficient of the largest power of x. Sorry, coefficient of the largest power of x. So here by the polynomial you can see that it's intersecting. So that means it is cutting x-axis at the point x is equals to -1. So you can assume that it's a cubic polynomial because here we have one root with least multiplicity you can consider as 1 because it's intersecting. So least odd number is 1, so that's why one multiplicity you can consider. And we have uh, here the nature of polynomial is like the even multiplicity. So that means x is equals to 2 is the root of even multiplicity. So the least even multiplicity is 2, so we can consider that okay, this figure uh, you can say might express the polynomial p of x like a into x plus 1 into x minus 2 the whole square. Why I'm multiplying a here? Because a is the stretch factor. So if you guys remember, I'll explain. I'll also state that one fact too. So this fact says that if you have a polynomial, so suppose p of x is a polynomial uh, with some roots, with suppose alpha 1, alpha 2, and so on, alpha n are roots, and this p of x can be written as a times of x minus alpha 1 to the power r1. R1 are multiplicities. X minus alpha n to the power rn. So I think in the summary section I have missed this particular a. So this a is actually known to be the stretch factor. Okay, so this is known to be a stretch factor of p of x. So here you can see that we have two roots. One is the root to be -1, another one is 2. So you can assume that this p of x is a into x plus 1 into x minus 2 the whole square. And if you calculate, you'll get a closed form for p of x. And one more information is this point 0, 8 is there in p of x. So if you substitute x is equals to 0, you will get a is equals to 2. Right? You'll simply get 4a is equals to 8. So that means a is equals to 2. Is that okay? Clear?
Yes, ma'am, clear. Ma'am, is summary section of week 4 is already done.
Yeah, it was on Tuesday. Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you please repeat what you said?
Yeah, it was held on Tuesday, the last Tuesday. I took the summary session for week 4.
Ma'am, where we get the recording of that?
You can find it on YouTube, right? So they are posting every.
Okay, ma'am.
Sent in the chat, you can save it.
Yeah, if anyone have link, then you can paste it. Okay, let's go to the next question. That was practice assignment question number 13. Okay, so here we have this question which says that
Ma'am, I have a doubt in graded assignment question. Can you please explain the concept of this?
graded assignment week 4. Are you
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
about which one? Yeah, I'll go to that. Just let me give some time with this question. So here one function h of x is given to you. H of x is a polynomial expressed by some different polynomials, which is p of x. This is p of x, q of x, minus r of x into s of x, and then plus s of x into p of x. Okay, and upon we have p of x plus p of x into q square of x. Okay, and we need to find out the degree of h of x, or yeah, right, the information which is the most suitable or exact representation of h of x is a polynomial. Acha, ultimately we need to figure out the degree of h of x, or whatever the coefficient, because if you observe the options are either straight lines. So here some relation is given to us, that these are the things given to us, is that p of x, the degree of p of x is actually m. So I'll make that entire table. Okay, so here's the degree and here's the condition, and m is strictly greater than 0. So that means it's not a constant polynomial. Q of x has degree n, and where the relation between m and n is m is strictly greater than 2, n is strictly greater than 0. And now we have r of x. R of x degree is k, where k is m minus n. And we have another polynomial which is s of x, and s of x degree is t, which is t is equals to 2n. Okay, now h of x given in some of rational form. So you know that here one thing we can say, that if h of x is some polynomial p of x upon q of x, other than this, okay, so this is just like a fact that suppose you have a polynomial given in terms of a quotient of two polynomial and it's a polynomial, then degree of h of x, you can easily see that it's nothing but the degree of p of x minus q of x. Right? What I want to say is, if you have a numerator upon denominator, then degree of this polynomial will be degree of numerator minus degree of denominator. Right? Because we are dividing by some x to the power alpha, so it will. So if you have the degree of this is x to the power a, here the degree is x to the power b, then the whole thing will become x to the power a minus b. Right? So degree will be the minus of two numerator degree minus denominator degree. Okay. So we'll try to figure out what is the degree of numerator and then what is the degree of denominator. Okay. And now we have the degree of p and q. So we know that. So what is the degree of? Okay. So first of all, we'll figure out the degree of numerator. So in numerator there are several factors, right? First is px into qx. So the degree of px into qx will be m plus n. Right? Why I'm doing plus? Because degree of px is m. So that is x to the power m is the largest factor. Degree of qx is n. It is x to the power n is the largest factor. And if you multiply that, you will get x to the power m plus n. So degree of px into qx will be m plus n. Now let's go to the degree of r of x. Okay, r of x into s of x. So what is the degree of r of x is k, and the degree of s of x is t. So again k plus t, but there is restriction, there is condition over k and d. So k is actually m minus n, and t is actually 2n. So you can say that the degree of r of x into s of x is actually equal to m plus n. Right? Same as the degree of p of x plus q of x. Now we have another factor which is s of x and p of x. So s of x into p of x. So if you compute the degree will be t plus m. What is t? T is 2n plus m. So that is n plus 2n. Okay. So here that means this will give you x to the power m plus n. This will give you x to the power m plus n. But this factor will give you x to the power m plus 2n. Right? And we know that n is a positive number. So that is, you can say that m plus 2n. Obviously m plus 2n is bigger than m plus n. So that means you can say that the degree of numerator will become m plus 2n. Okay. So that means the degree of this whole thing will become m plus 2n. Is that clear so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now similarly, we can consider the degree of denominator too. So here degree of p of x is m. Right. What will be the degree of p of x into q of x the whole square? P of x into qx the whole square. So p of x's degree is m, and q of x the whole square degree will be 2n. Right. So that means the degree of q of x the whole square will be 2n. So the whole term degree will be p of x into q of x the whole square will be m plus 2n. So that means denominator degree is also same, that is m plus 2n. So therefore, the degree of numerator will become m plus 2n and denominator's degree is also m plus 2n. So that means h of x is a constant polynomial, right? So that means this will implies that degree of h of x will become m plus 2n minus m plus 2n, numerator's degree minus denominator's degree, which is 0, which will imply that your h of x will be a constant polynomial. Okay, so what are the options given to us? So there are three options. There are four options given to us. Option number A is this whole line, right? Option number B is like this one. Option number C is given like this type of thing. And option number D is given to be this thing. Okay, so can you guys tell me which graph represents the constant function?
Ma'am, D.
D,
Option
right?
D.
Because this is a line.
D, ma'am.
It's not a constant function. This is also a parabola, not a constant. This is also a parabola, not a constant. So that means this is the only constant function is there. So that's why option D is correct. Is that okay to everyone? This question? Okay, now let's go to the next question. Sorry, what? Shelly, your voice is not clear. That's why I'm not able to figure out. You can try to rejoin or you can.
Ma'am, can I please read this question?
Yeah, so where is this question? Is that you're asking? So this is practice assignment question number 30.
Shelly is asking you to repeat the question.
Oh, yeah, I'll repeat the question. So, what does the question says? Question says that h of x is a polynomial is given us in like this one. This type of quotient is given to us where p of x, q of x, r of x, s of x, all are polynomials, and their degree is also given to us with some restriction over m and n. But it's not useful. These two, okay, they are actually useful, but fine. So this whole thing is already given in the question. Now they are asking about which of the following graph, not exactly, but can represent the function or the polynomial h of x. So for that, what we are doing, we are computing the degree of h of x. So since h of x is a polynomial given in a quotient form, so the degree of h of x, you can say that it's nothing but the degree of numerator minus the degree of denominator. Okay. So h of x given in this form, numerator upon denominator. So this polynomial has some degree, this polynomial has some degree. So if you want to calculate degree of h of x, it's simply degree of numerator minus degree of denominator. Because that's how you will get h of x. You have to divide some power of, so that means if this denominator is giving you x to the power b, this numerator is giving you x to the power a. So that means you have the factor x to the power a minus b in h of x. So that's how you can compute the degree of h of x. So what we are doing, we are figuring out the degree of numerator and the degree of denominator. So first we'll go to numerator. So in numerator, there are three terms. One is p of x into q of x, r of x into s of x, and s of x into p of x. So we'll figure out the degree of each term one by one. Okay. So degree of p of x is m, degree of q of x is n. So we know that if you multiply two polynomial, their degree will get added because here you will get largest power to be x to the power m. Here you will get largest power to be x to the power m. N. So if you multiply two polynomial, the largest power of x will become x to the power m plus n. So that's why degree of this term will become m plus n. Similarly, we compute the degree of all other terms. So the degree of r of x into s of x will become k plus t because k is the degree of r of x, d is the degree of s of x. But there is a relation between k, t and m and n. So it's given that k is m minus n and t is 2n. So we'll just substitute the value back and I'll get the degree of r of x minus s of x is m plus n. Okay. Similarly, we calculate the degree of s of x into p of x. So it's t plus m, but t is nothing but 2n. So it's 2n plus m, that is m plus 2n. But here it's given that m is greater than 2n is greater than 0. So ultimately, we know that m plus n is, m plus 2n will be greater than m plus n. And why I'm saying that? Because here in the numerator, you can observe that this factor will give us largest power x to the power, in this factor, the largest power of x will be x to the power m plus n. In this vector, largest power of x will be x to the power m plus n. But in this vector, largest power of x will be x to the power m plus 2n. So overall, if you see, then the largest power of x will be x to the power m plus 2n. And the largest power of x is the degree of numerator. So here the degree of numerator will become m plus 2n. Similarly, we try to figure out degree of denominator, so that we can say that degree of h of x is numerator's degree minus denominator's degree. Okay. So in the denominator, you have p of x whose degree is m. So here you will get x to the power m. In the denominator, you also have p of x into q of x the whole square. Okay. So if degree of q of x, so q of x whole square is nothing but q of x multiplied by q of x. So if this degree is n, this degree is n, so their multiplication's degree will be n plus n, which is 2n. So that means degree of this particular factor will become m plus 2n. So that means here you will get the largest power of x will be x to the power m. Here the largest power of x will be x to the power m plus 2n. So overall, the largest power of x will become x to the power m plus 2n. So that means the degree of denominator is also m plus 2n. So that means the degree of h of x is, since the numerators and denominators degree are same, the degree of h of x will become 0. So we know that if it's the degree is 0, it's just a constant polynomial. So the four option is given us like this one. So one is in the first option, it's a line. Second option is a parabola. Third option is also some sort of parabola. And the last option only give us a line which is parallel to x-axis. And we know that only constant function will give us such kind of graph. So that's why we say that, okay, D option is correct, because here whatever figure is representing, it's a polynomial of degree 0. Okay, is that clear now? I hope it's clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now someone posted the doubt from activity 3.7. So here choose the correct option about A with the help of the figure.
Can you copy paste the question on writing pad so it will be easy?
Yeah, so the thing is, then I have to go back and forward. So like this. So let me try that too. That's why I haven't pasted it. Oh, I can do that too. Okay, so let's see where were we. There are so many questions now. We have done this one. This one is also. I think my screen is visible, right? So you guys can see the question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Can I do annotation over it, the screen? How to write on the screen? Oh, okay. Now it's clear.
Notice.
So yeah, this will be better.
Thank you.
So this is the question someone posted. So it's activity. I'll just give you the hint. So what is choose the correct option about A with the help of the figure. So here it's clearly an upward parabola. So obviously A is strictly greater than 0. Okay.
But that was incorrect.
Ma'am, this is that
Okay, but
question.
Ma'am, here the coefficient of x square is coming minus a.
sorry. Yeah. I also
Yeah,
done
so that
same mistake
minus
last
a
time.
comma.
So it will be minus A of yeah. So it will be x minus B. Sorry. It's automatically written that. So that means obviously minus A is greater than 0. So that means A should be less than 0.
Ma'am, here
Okay.
also we are referring to A as a constant, not that ax square wala A.
No. It's a constant. This
This
A
is
and that
written in
is
particular form.
so
A
this is
into
root form, na? Some 0 root form, whatever that is.
Ma'am, they should specify then because it's a little confusing.
Okay, but yeah. So
in
whenever
the
it's
lecture,
in the
it's
factor
mentioned
form,
that x should come first. No? So
yeah, correct. So that means A should be less than 0 here. So that's why this option is correct. And it's an MCQ, so last option is only correct.
And ma'am, if it was x minus b only, then A should be greater than 0. That's confirmed.
Yeah,
Because we are
that's
saying
right.
that that's a constant that can take any value.
Right, correct.
And what is
Because
the case? And what is the case if it's a mirror image?
mirror image means?
I mean, the vertex is on the other side, on the top.
Oh, then obviously A should be greater than 0, because then it's a downward parabola, so the value of A should be greater than 0.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this A and that A is different, but the sign, because whatever the sign of this A, that is the sign of your x square will determine, right? So you can, if you are getting confused, you can say that, okay, this is same as, I can just multiply, right? A into x plus 2, it's happening up, okay. So minus A and then x minus B here. You can solve it and get the factor of x square, but the factor of x square will be A only here. Because here we have one factor, here we'll have one, so sorry, minus A only. Right, so we want minus A to be greater than 0. Let me change the color. So here this minus A should be greater than 0. So that is A should be less than 0.
For upward parabola, that A is always greater than 0. Only in this case, the B minus x is there, so it's not.
Yeah. So only in this case it's not.
Okay.
Okay. Now go to the next question. This is our next question. Which of the following option are true? The point at which the slope of the equation is equal to 10 is... Okay, you guys can do this question, right? Same discriminant the two. What's your doubt? What's the doubt in this question, Vikas? Okay, I don't think you need to spend time.
Ma'am, you sent something.
Sorry, what?
Ma'am, can I ask
He's asking
something
option 3.
Option number 3. If two different quadratic equations have the same discriminant, then the roots of both equation can be the same. Is that what you guys think? Is it correct or not? I don't. It's not correct actually.
Can.
No, it's not correct, because see, discriminant means the value of b square minus 4ac. So what you can do, you can simply take discriminant to be 0. Okay, so suppose you have a discriminant to be 0 means you can take the value of b square minus 4ac to be equal to 0, right? So you can consider any two polynomial with discriminant 0. So you can easily figure out, suppose this is a polynomial with root minus 1, and this is a polynomial with root 1. Right? Both polynomials will have discriminant 0. Can you guys tell me why they have discriminant 0 just by looking at the graph? I'm saying that this parabola and this parabola will have discriminant 0.
Because they have equal roots.
Correct, because of real and equal roots. So that means here discriminant is same, but the roots are different, and also equations are also different. Are you getting my point? So it can happen that two distinct that if two different quadratic equation have the same discriminant, then the roots of both equation can be same. Can be they have written, but need not to be same. So here discriminant is 0, but roots need not to be same. Okay, is that fine?
And here it is written can. So will it be the correct options?
Can, yeah. So whenever they should not have written can, they should have written must be same, but because of the cam it's become ambiguous, because there are you can say polynomials, there are parabolas where the discriminant are same and roots are same, right? Because you can consider the same parabola with a stretch factor. So because of the can, it might be, but I don't think it's a correct option. It need not to be a correct option. They must have asking for must, but they should not have mentioned can. It's not a correct option actually.
But ma'am, in the options it's incorrect.
Ma'am, if they are two different quadratic equations and they are having same discriminant, so that can be by any other values, we can get two same values as the result. It's possible.
If two different quadratic equation have the same discriminant, then the root of both equation can be same.
Because the formula, we just have to put the values and result can be same by putting two different values.
It can be same actually, because
Yes.
upward and downward you can just take an upward parabola and downward parabola intersecting at same points. So it can be
But
same.
it does not guarantees the relationship between the roots and discriminant.
Yeah, because there is actually not that much relation. You can say that it's real and imaginary or those things, but exact and they are saying if two different quadratic equations have the same discriminant, then the roots of both equation can be same. So it can be same, it cannot be same. So because of this it become ambiguous.
Yeah,
So
but
this is
be the same.
yeah,
There's
it can be the same.
There's this
Obviously,
wild
it can be
possibility
same.
that it can be the same.
Yeah, it can be same because you just have to change the value of a, right? So suppose I'll give one example. Suppose y is equals to x square, y is equals to minus x square, right? So there are two different quadratic equations having the same discriminant, because no, they have same discriminant. They are not same discriminant actually, because here the discriminant will become b square minus 4ac. We have to do
Yeah,
that.
the minus 4ac would be different, no, in both cases.
Minus 4ac will be different. So you can consider a different example. By the graph, it's kind of easy to express. So you can simply say that example, whatever I have mentioned earlier, that this my screen is visible, right? It's not too.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
So like this parabola and this parabola. So they both will give you same discriminant, that is zero discriminant. They are different quadratic equation with different roots too. But what you can do, you can enlarge the stretch factor. What I want to say is, yeah, x square and 2x square you can say. But that also give you different discriminant. Because if you change the value of a, it will change. So how can it be same?
Ma'am,
B can have different values.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am, in that case, ma'am, it should be because of this confusion. I didn't opt that option, ma'am. Option 3, ma'am.
Right.
So that's why I thought I have done all the correct answer, but when they release the answers, it says that option 3 is also correct, ma'am. How?
This is also correct. Okay.
Ma'am, the
So
same questions was also asked in activity,
hmm,
but the answer is incorrect. If two different quadratic, the option 3 was incorrect.
But I think it should be possible. It is not always true, but it should be possible sometimes.
yeah, because of the we can say
Yeah.
that sometime it both
Ma'am,
can
it
be the
can
same.
be.
If it was must, then we can say this is incorrect, but can be possible with any rare
Can be
case.
possible in rare case,
Ma'am,
but
can be
we are not
possible
getting
and
any.
cannot be possible also, right, ma'am?
Cannot be possible. We have example for cannot possible. That we can get because they are saying both equations can be same. The roots of both equations can be same. So if the roots are same and discriminants are also same, then
Ma'am,
I don't
if
think
they
we can get two
if they
different.
would have written both equations can and cannot be same, then it is correct.
Yeah, can and cannot, because both things. But for can, we are not getting any example, right? So can you guys suggest two different quadratic equation, same discriminant and same roots? That's the thing. Because I am getting same root, then discriminant is not getting, because by the graph, if I am considering same root, the only thing I can do is either I can shrink the parabola or enlarge the that means stretch factor I can change, right? But in that case, if I change the stretch factor, discriminant is changing. So is it possible to get the discriminant same, that is b square minus 4ac should be same for both equations, and also roots should be same? Is it possible? That's the question I am asking, because I am not finding any example where both things are same. Because what it says that if two different quadratic equation have same discriminant, then the roots of both equation can be same. So that is, we have to consider a case where discriminant is same as well as the roots are also same. Are you getting my point?
Ma'am, what about we take y
Yes,
equal
ma'am.
to x square and y equal to x to the power 4?
Yeah, discriminant is same. Correct. Yeah, that's correct. That's a good example. Yeah, that's why I was thinking where so right, x square and x to the power 4 both will have y is equals to shall it have y? Right, so y is equals to x square and y is equals to x to the power 4 both will have discriminant same and both will
Y is
have but
equals to x to the
quadratic
power
na
4 is
Ma'am,
not
that is not a
quadratic.
quadratic
quadratic.
Yeah.
quadratic
Ma'am,
nahi.
can we take the example y equal to x square minus 4 and y equal to minus x square plus 4?
X square minus 4 minus we can try that too.
Your
Yeah, so
discriminant will not be same.
because yeah, it might be same, right? Because
Minus x square
A and
plus
C,
4.
minus x square plus 4. So here the discriminant b square is 0 minus 4 into a is 1 and c is minus 4. That's become 16th, right? Here also for b is 0, a is minus 1. So minus 1 and 4. Yeah, 16. So we are getting, what about the roots? Roots are also same, right? Roots are also same. 2
Yes,
and
ma'am.
yeah, that's the, yes, it's a correct guess. So that's why I was thinking like this. So if you plot these two parabolas, you'll get one, it's an upward parabola, another one is like this. So they are like you can just flipping a parabola, you're getting the same roots, also you are getting the same discriminant. So that's a good example.
But ma'am, they
Yes.
are asking for in general cases, ma'am, not particular cases.
So because of this can implies a particular case. So in general, they should have mentioned must, right? Must be the same. So can be the same means you just have to find an example with where the situation can happen, right? So that's why this is the correct option. So we get a two different quadratic equation with the same discriminant. Then the roots of both equation can be same. And for can be same, this is the example that y is equals to x square minus 4 and y is equals to minus x square plus 4. That's why this
But
option
ma'am,
is correct.
it does not guarantee the actual roots are identical.
Roots are identical, na? See, what are the roots of y is equals to x square minus 4? Plus or minus 2, right? And similar for this too, plus or minus 2. No, 2? Yeah, plus or minus 2. Roots are same, discriminant is also same, different expression. Okay, just think about it. That's the option, that's the answer we get. So the third one is also correct. This is also correct. Okay. So this question we already discussed, right? B is equals to 0 is the answer. Ma'am. Ravi Prakash, your screenshot is not visible, so try to send it again. We have next question is choose the correct options with respect to the polynomial p of x is equals to. So it's a degree m polynomial.
I have doubt in option number 4.
Option number 4. Okay, so a quadratic trinomial when it is subtracted from itself, the resultant is
Ma'am, 4th option.
sorry, yeah. Quadratic trinomial when added to itself, the resultant is quadratic trinomial. So
It is, no?
yeah, if you are adding, then it's obviously 2 times of a quadratic trinomial. So 2 times of quadratic trinomial does not change the power of x, right? It's
But
ultimately a quadratic. Yeah. What's your doubt?
trinomial doesn't means like 3 terms.
But multiplication by 2 also doesn't. So see, you will add them, na? So the power of x. So for example, uh, if you are adding the same powers, right? So if you have quadratic trinomial means 3 terms are there, and if you are adding 3 terms, then obviously you will get twice of that polynomial p of x. So ultimately you will get 3 terms only, but the change of factors. Like
Okay, okay,
one
okay, I got
example,
it.
you got
Yeah,
it,
yeah, I
right?
got it. Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's go to the next question. Oh, yeah.
What is the syllabus for 13 July? Please?
Yeah, week 1 to 4.
Okay.
Okay, so when a polynomial q of x is divided by another polynomial, then which of the following is correct? So what's your doubt in this question?
They are saying that division is not possible, but as we can see, qx is having degree 6 and px is having 4. So n is greater than m, so it should be possible.
Yeah, division should be possible. Division is not possible. No,
Ma'am,
p of
PX
x
doesn't
is
have
degree
degree 4.
7, right? 4 plus 3. Right? So its degree is x to the power 4 plus 3. That is degree is 7. And what we are doing, we are polynomial is divided by, so that means this q of x is divided by p of x. So p of x has degree 7 and q of x has degree 6. So it's other way around actually. So that's why division is
Why
not
we are
possible.
adding these degrees in the px? They are not
Uh,
different terms.
No, but they are given in a multiplication form, right? So see here it's given that x to the power right. So from this factor you can extract x to the power 4. From this factor you can extract x to the power 3. So it will become, if you solve this one, the largest power of x will become 7. And the largest power of x is the degree, right? So that's why degree is 7 and
Okay, ma'am. And I was having a doubt, like if when we ever we want to calculate the x-intercept of the polynomial function using graph, so whatever the equation is given, we just assume some values for the x. Like there was a question in that video lecture, like it was x cube plus 4x square plus x minus 6. So we basically assumed the value of x from -2 to 2. So how we decided this range of assuming that
yeah,
x
you
value?
should not assume. Ultimately, if they are assuming, yeah, you should not assume actually. It's not the case. Either they explicitly want you to find the values in between the range only. Otherwise, you have to look for every real values. You should not restrict yourself over some interval.
So if we want to draw that, find that x-intercept using the graph, so how we will be finding that of a cubic
Just
equation?
see, if the graph, by the graph, so that means ultimately you just have to look for points where the polynomial is cutting x-axis, right? That's all.
Okay, the graph will be given.
Yeah, the graph will be given to you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So go to the next. So these images are not visible. Please try to send it again. Okay. So find the number of turning point of the polynomial p of x is equals to x cube. So the answer is 0. So can you guys tell me why the answer is 0 here?
It just crosses the x-axis. It doesn't really turn.
Changes its behavior. Correct. So ultimately, the if you assume this polynomial, x cube polynomial, so turning point means that point where it's changing its nature from either increasing to decreasing or decreasing to increasing. But in x cube, in this graph, it's not doing anything at the point 0. Right? So here we don't have any turning point. That's why the answer is 0. Is that okay, Somil?
I think a turning point basically should fail a horizontal line test, right?
Horizontal line test means, yeah, it should have, there should be a horizontal line which intersected 2 points like this.
So basically, it should fail. That's when you have a turning point.
Correct. Yeah, it should fail, you can say. So what he means is, for example, here in this graph, if you have a turning point, then you have some sort of a parabola kind of shape. So here, if you draw a horizontal line, it will intersect the graph at 2 points, or you can say more than 1 point. So if this is happening for any horizontal line, you can say that okay, there exists a turning point. But here you can just say the existence of a turning point. You cannot calculate that how many turning points are there. Okay, so for existence you can say, but in x cube what is happening? So in x cube, uh, in the graph of x cube, you can easily see that we are not getting any. If you draw any horizontal line here, that's not intersecting graph more than once. It is intersecting graph exactly once. So you can use that too, but it's okay if you don't know horizontal line test. That's also fine. Okay, so here we have choose the correct option, represent the product of polynomial. Okay, so which will be the correct options? What's your doubt here? So see, they have given m plus n at every place. Me spotlight, right? So the sum is going from k is equals to 0 to m plus n. But the only thing is you have to figure out the x to the power k and x to the power m minus n. Okay. So here the answer,
This
yeah.
double signum, how it works.
Yeah, so it's like, see, from the first sum, you will fix the value of k and you will run the second sum over that value. For example, if I try to open one of the factors, suppose I'll try to open this one. Okay, so suppose I'll try to open that one. So what I'll do, first I'll take the value of k to be 0. So that will be j is ranging from, okay, so from this one I have to pick the value of k. So first I'll get k to be 0. So that is j is ranging over 0 only. So that is a naught, and b of k is 0, j is 0, that is also 0. X to the power k minus j will become 0. So this is for k is equals to 0. Then for k is equals to 1, you have to run the sum j from 0 to 1. Aj, bj, bk minus j is there, right? Whatever these things are there. Then you have to again plus some j is ranging from 0 to 2. Then plus some j is ranging from 0 to 3. Then plus and so on. Plus some j is ranging from 0 to m plus n.
J will be constantly 0.
Yeah, j is starting from 0 to k, right? So you are fixing any value of k first for this particular sum. And then you are appending that value in the second sum. And then doing the sum. So it's sums of sum like that. So j value always starts from 0 and go up to k. So first you are taking k value to be 0. So that's why j is going from 0 to 0 only. Here j is going from 0 to 1. So that means you will get two terms. One is for j is equals to 0 plus j is equals to 1. Like that you have to move. Is that okay?
Ma'am, could you repeat that last line?
Yeah. So what I was saying is, see, first of all, you have to fix some value from this sum and append that value of k here. So that
Yeah.
means this sum is actually equal to summation j is ranging from 0 to 0. So that is only one term plus some j is starting from 0 going up to 1. So you have to take two values, j is equals to 0 plus j is equals to 1. Then plus with summation j is ranging from 0 to 2 plus and so on plus some j is ranging from 0 to the last value of k is m plus n.
M plus n, okay.
So it's the sum of sums. Two sums are used. So you can just try to expand that and see which will give us the multiplication.
Ma'am, here what's the difference between option 3 and option 4?
Option which and which?
Third option and the fourth option.
They are equal, right? No, qx and px, the order is changed. P of x into q of x, p of x
Okay.
into q of x, q of x into p of x.
Okay.
Okay, just try to expand this because if I do it, it won't look good. Okay.
Ma'am, order is reversed, so the whole option is also changed.
Yeah, it should change. So that means in place of A, you should have append B, and in place of B, you should get get A. But yeah, this should happen. But ultimately, both options are correct, I guess. These two options are correct, right?
Format is changed, but they are coming to same meaning.
Because actually what happened, multiplication and whatever sum you'll get, that will be symmetric. What I want to say is, suppose you have multiplied, suppose you have a factor of like this one, like a square plus ab plus b square, right? So you can write down this as b square plus ba plus a square. So you will get a symmetry there. So no matter if you do px into qx or qx into px, the formula can be written down as the same, write down as the same thing. We'll just expand, try to compute qx into px. You'll get to know why this is happening actually. So you can reverse it down the whole thing. Are you getting what I want to say? Multiplication is there, addition is there, so you can rearrange the terms and arrive at the same formula. So purpose of this question is you're telling that no matter in which order you will multiply two polynomial, you will always get the same thing. Right? Which is in general too, you can easily say that it's in general too, but how to prove that? So for proof, you have to change this form into this form. That's what you need to do. Okay, fine. Shall we move to the next question?
Yes, ma'am.
Just try to do it. It's just a proof that why product of two polynomials commute each other. Just try to write it down a little bit. You can get okay. Yeah.
I posted the previous question of y equals x cube. I just wanted to ask that if we had a polynomial of greater degree, for example, 6 or 8, and it could have been written in the form of factors, and one of those factors had multiplicity 3. So should we not consider that point as a turning point?
Yeah, you should not consider that point as a turning point. Because see, multiplicity is 3, so ultimately it's cutting x-axis. So whatever odd multiplicities are there, they won't give us the turning point, right? Only at even multiplicities they will jump. The polynomial behave like coming from the same direction, and after reaching at that 0, it will move into the same direction only.
Okay, thank you.
So every odd multiplicity root is not a turning point, you can say. Okay. So we have this question. So given that p of x is x square plus kx plus 4x minus 5, k with a set of values. Okay, so what's your doubt here?
So my question is, the correct answer seems to be number C, right? So, I mean, according to my calculation, or whatever I think I worked out, it seems like here it says the intervals are minus infinity minus 5.8, union minus 5.8 minus 52 by 12, union minus 52 by 12 minus 4. Union, I feel like it should be the same thing on the positive side.
Okay.
Rather than 4 and infinity. I mean, I don't know why it says just 4 and infinity on the positive side. So that's my question. Maybe I've done something wrong, but I just want to know what.
So we have to k with a set of values.
Ma'am, how to solve this question?
Yeah, given p of x is there and k is the set of values of k, choose the correct option. If p of x always have 4 distinct real roots. Okay, so here 2 distinct real roots are already given to us. So the condition says that this particular polynomial p of x has 4 distinct real roots. Okay, so 2 distinct real roots are already there. One is x minus 5, another one is x minus 3. So it's eventually asking about that what values of k are there, small k are there, for which this quadratic equation x square plus kx plus 4 will have a real and distinct root. Okay, so that means its discriminant should be greater than 0. So we just compute the discriminant. Discriminant will be k square, because the value of b is k. So b square minus 4 times a into c. So a is 1 and c is also 4. So that means we want k square minus so that means k square minus 16 should be greater than 0. So that is k square minus 16 should be greater than 0 means k minus 4 into k plus 4. This thing should be greater than 0. So here you have two things. One is, okay, so I think
so
that
k should be either less than 4 or k should be less than minus 4, or it should be greater than plus 4.
Yeah. So what does it mean? So if you take k, which is greater than 4, so greater than 4 will give us this factor to be positive, also this factor to be positive. So if you take any value of k which is greater than 4, then the discriminant will be greater than 0. That means we have distinct roots, right? But another thing is, if you take the value of k which is less than minus 4, then this factor will give us the negative value. This factor will also give us the negative value. Again, minus minus plus will become, and we'll get a real two distinct roots. So that means this k should belongs to minus infinity to minus 4 union with 4 to infinity. Is that clear now?
To have 4 distinct roots, that's not enough, right? Like it says here, right? It should not touch these values of 5 or 3 either, no?
Ma'am, then
No,
A option will be correct. If you are stating this K belongs to, so A option will be correct, no?
Yeah, A option will be correct. So you are saying that for having 4 distinct real roots. So see, already we have 2 distinct real roots, 5 and 3. You just have to think about x square plus 4x plus 4, right? I'm not getting what you said about this x minus 5 and x minus 3 factor.
Yeah, but it says the correct answer is number C. This is in the instruction video.
Okay.
Ma'am, just to add a point, because we have in k belongs to minus infinity minus 4 union 4 to infinity, that means we are including 5 here. But
Yeah.
x equal to 5 is already given as a root.
We are
So that,
talking about small k.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, so the small, I mean the set k will also include value like integer 5.
No, obviously it will include the integer 5 value. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got your point. So what we want, with this condition, we also want that the root of this quadratic equation does not become 5 or 3, right? That's your point, right? So we have to also
Yes, ma'am.
eliminate that value of k for which this equation is getting 5 and 3 as its root. Right. That's actually correct. That's a good point.
Ma'am,
So
please explain that point.
yeah. So what does they say? So ultimately, because of this discriminant, we get that the k value could be minus infinity to minus 4 union with 4 to infinity. But here what is happening? Since we have given that two roots are 5 and 3, right? Two roots are given to be 5 and 3. So what we have to do? We have to also eliminate those values of k which are giving us, the roots of this equation x square plus kx plus 4. This expression is having a root either 5 or 3 or the combination of them. So
Yes.
that means 5 should not be a root, 3 should not be root. The combination of them should not be a root
Of this expression.
of this particular expression. That's also we have to eliminate those values of k2. So let's figure out. Okay, so I'll suppose one by one. So suppose x is equals to 5 is the root. So we just have to substitute x is equals to 5, and that should equal to 0, and that will give us the value of k. That is 5 square plus 5 into k plus 4 is equals to 0. Because if x is equals to 5 is the root, so that means at 5, p of x is becoming 0, right? So same thing. So 25 plus 4 is equals to 0 means 5k is equals to minus of 29, right? 25 plus 4, 29 minus. So that is the value of k is equals to minus 29 by 5. So that means if you take the value of q to be minus 29 by 5, you'll get x is equals to 5 as a root. Okay, so that means we have to eliminate that point, and this point is nothing but minus 5.8. So you have to eliminate this point minus 5.8. Also one more point at which we are getting x is equals to 3 as a root. So that is, now we do 3 square plus 3 into k plus 4 is equals to 0. So this means that 9 plus 4 is equals to 0. It's 15 is equals to 0. So 3k is equals to minus 15. K is equals to. Did I do anything wrong? No. Minus 52 by 12. How we are getting that? Okay, we can simplify it, right?
Ma'am, x equal to 3 will not be part of set k. Ma'am, x equal
X
to
is
3
equals to 3.
is
Yeah,
not
3
there.
should.
Is not there in set.
Yeah, x is. No, we are not talking about the value of x. We are talking about the value of k. Right? So that means, yeah, x is equals to -5 is already not there in k. That's your point, na? So we are getting k to be -5, and it's obviously not there in this interval -infinity to -4. It's there, na? -5.
-5 will be there.
-5 will be there. So what's the matter with this -52 by 12?
I got it, ma'am.
Four distinct roots.
I think I got that 52 by 12. So what we probably need to do is minus k plus root of k square minus 16 by 2.
So not equal to 5 or 3, right?
Not equal to 3. Not equal to 3.
First, you will equate it to not equal to 3, and then you will get
not
some
equal
value
to
of k. And then you will not equal to 5, you'll get another value.
Yeah, and then you take the 2 and multiply it to 3, you get a 6.
Right. So they are saying that this calculation, if you do,
K will
minus
not
k
be equal to
minus
-5.8 and -13 by 3.
16.
That's all.
So if you take this equal
It's
to
not
3,
equal
then
to.
yeah, not equal to 3, yeah, you can work with not equal to both thing, right?
Okay,
So
okay.
that is minus k plus or minus under the root of k square minus 16 should not equal to 6. And then we just square it and then solve it, right?
Yeah.
So that is under the root of k square minus 16 should not equal to k plus 6 plus k. That is k square minus 16 should not equal to.
It becomes a quadratic, k square plus
Uh-huh.
12k plus 36.
Yeah, so ultimately you'll get some quadratic equation and then you can solve it.
You can
So-
actually deduct the k square from both sides. Then it becomes a linear equation.
Okay. Is this k square
And
minus
square
6
both the
is equals
sides.
to. Yeah, so that will be k
K
square plus 36 plus 12k, right?
Yeah,
So
so
k square cancel out. So it will become minus 36 will jump over here. So that is 12k is equals to minus 52, right? K is
yes,
equals to
yes, minus 52 by 12.
minus 52 by 12.
Not equal to.
Not equal. So that means if you take this value of k, you will get 3. So if you won't take this value of k, you won't get 3. So k
But
should not be equal to
So my
minus
question is, shouldn't the same minus 52 by 12, shouldn't it become 52 by 12 on the opposite side?
this side, right?
Yeah.
No, actually, because see, if you take k is equals to 52 by 12, then the root won't become 3. Right? So that means it's not the case that at k is equals to minus 52. So what is happening at k is equals to minus 52 by 12? This quadratic equation x square plus kx plus 4 is giving us a factor 3, right? Giving us a root 3. But if you take plus 52 by 12, you won't get 3 as a root.
Okay.
Right? The root
Okay.
will change. And
Okay.
the different root doesn't matter to us. We just worried about 5 and 3.
Okay. I get it, ma'am.
Okay, is that clear to everyone? How we are, so one point we can easily remove, but also you can do the same stuff over here. So I have taken the plus sign, I guess, and you can take the minus sign and compute it, and you can get the answer too. So
Can you just orally summarize this section?
yeah.
Orally.
So this question says that we need to find out all those values of small k for which this polynomial p of x will have different 4 roots. Okay, so the one scenario is, okay, 2 roots are already given to us, 5 and minus 3. So we can say that, okay, if this discriminant, the discriminant of a quadratic equation x square plus kx plus 4, if this discriminant is strictly greater than 0, we can have 2 distinct roots. So for that, we get a condition over k that k can belong to this is interval minus infinity to minus 4 union with 4 to infinity. Okay, but the next scenario is, it is possible to have some values of k for which this quadratic equation give us the root 5 or 3. But if we get 5 or 3 roots, then that will be a repeated root for polynomial p of x. So that's why we have to remove those values of k for which this quadratic equation having the root 5 or 3. And we are doing that by using the Sridharacharya formula. that minus k plus minus this root is not equal to 5 comma 3. Okay. Is that fine now? But what I was thinking, like without using this formula, if if x is equals to 3 is the root.
It worked out the first time when you replaced x with 3, but somehow it
Right.
didn't work when you did it with 5, right? Or the other way around, I think.
But it should work, na? I mean, that's the fact. If x is equals to a is the root, that means the quadratic equation q of a is becoming 0. Right? It's a if and only if thing. That's how we call the root. Root means those values of x where p of x is vanishing. Here if I'm putting x is equals to 3, what the value of k I am getting? Let's see. So if I substitute x is equals to 3, this 3 square plus 3 into k plus 4 is equals to 0. So that's 9 plus 3k plus 4 is equals to 0. So that means 3k is equals to 9 plus 4 is 13 minus 13. So k is equals to minus 13 by 3. Minus 13 by 3 is actually minus 4.2 something, right? Which is not there. Okay, fine. So it's
I
not
think
there.
you have to substitute x is equal to 3 in x minus 5 also. When you want the equation to be 0 at the point x is equal to 3, you have to substitute in x minus 5 also.
X minus 5, yeah, but this is same as this minus 52 by 12, right? This minus.
Yes.
So if you
Ma'am,
don't.
what is the question number of this question?
Sorry, what?
From which activity? Ma'am, what is the question number of this question? From which activity? This question.
It's question number 8. What's the?
See, it's from the instruction video.
Okay.
So along with the instruction video, there are a set of tutorials, right? There are a set of question answer sessions, right?
From tutorial.
Yeah, in the tutorial, I mean, you have a set of instructional videos, and after that, it's followed by some exercises, right? Which are explained how they work it out. It's from one of those videos.
Okay. So yeah, so if you don't go by this formula also, then also we are getting the same thing. Ultimately, we are getting those values of k where the roots could be 3 or 5.
Okay.
So
Okay, ma'am.
So it doesn't matter if you go by this or if you go by that. That's
Ma'am, how you were doing? Can you just repeat it because your method seems more simpler.
Yeah. See, what I was saying that if x is equals to a is the root, right? Then it means that p of a, not in this case p of a, the q of a is equals to 0. So that means if x is equals to a is the root of any quadratic expression, then at that point it's becoming 0. So if I assume that x is equals to 3 is the root, then this thing that 3 square plus k into 3 plus 4, this should be equal to 0. And you can calculate the value of k. Right? So that means if you take the value of k to be minus 13 by 3, you will get x is equals to 3 as the root. Okay.
A way simpler way to do this, I think.
Yeah. You can also go by this too. But in here you have to take 4 cases actually. Plus or minus is also there, and 5 and 3, 2 choices we have. So
I think that's where I went wrong. I mean, I totally got confused.
But this point is actually good that I also haven't think about the point that okay, it is possible to get 3 and 5 as a root too for quadratic expression. So good.
Ma'am, please take my question.
I have to go by queue, otherwise I'll miss some of the questions. And you guys can see that the screenshot are not visible, so I cannot do anything about that. So let's see. Okay, so what's your doubt in this question? Hacker. Choose the correct options from the following. So f is from real number to real number, g is from real number to real number, b2 function defined like f of x is this, g of x is this. Okay, so f is strictly increasing in 10 to infinity. Gx has 2 turning points and y coordinate of the turning points. Okay, you can just draw the polynomial and you can find it out. Right? They are not different, distinct difficult polynomials. Still have a doubt over this question? Shall we move ahead? Okay, this is done. This question we already done, right?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have another question.
Yes, ma'am, this is my question.
I also posted it.
Okay, yeah. So if the polynomial p of x is x cube plus leave the same remainder when divided by x minus 2, then the value of a. Okay, so leave the same remainder when divided by this factor x minus 2. Okay, so here what you have to do is the substitute value of 2 over both things and you can find out the value of a. See, the concept behind it here is see, if you divide by this factor, which is a linear factor, by any polynomial, the remainder will be a real number because you'll get a constant polynomial. So what I want to say is if x minus 2, if you divide x minus 2 by this polynomial, the remainder will be 7. The remainder will be, just substitute the value of x to be 2. So that is here r of x is actually equal to 2 cube plus a into 2 square plus 5 into 2 plus 7. This will be a remainder if you divide by a linear factor to any polynomial.
Okay.
Are you convinced with this fact? Because see, remainder here, so we know that the reminder's degree, r of x degree, is actually strictly less than the dividend degree and strictly greater than 0, right? Greater than equal to 0. So here we have dividend degree to be 1 and the only number left is 0.
Your voice is not clear.
Equal to minus 3 by
It's
2.
echoing actually.
A is equal to minus 3 by 2.
Yeah, you can find it out. So just substitute x is equals to 2 and you will get the answer. Okay, substitute x is equals to 2 or both polynomials and equate them.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. And this fact you can remember that if you divide any polynomial by a linear factor, then remainder is nothing but just substitute the value of x in that polynomial. That will be your remainder.
Okay, ma'am.
Could you just repeat that again, ma'am?
Yeah. So what I was saying is that if you divide any polynomial with by any linear factor, that is x minus 2 or x minus a type of factor, then the value of remainder is actually the value of x substitute, the value of x you substitute here. Okay. The reason behind that is, how can I say what will be the reason is? Because see, ultimately the degree of remainder is strictly less than the degree of dividend and greater than equal to 0. So here degree of dividend is 1. So that's why degree of remainder will become 0. So it's a constant value, that is a real number, and that real number is nothing but substitution of whatever factor you will get. For example, here you will get x is equals to 2. That's your remainder actually.
You just replace it with 2 and
Yeah.
then equate the two polynomials, is it?
Two polynomials.
And we can do it like this also, like x cube plus ax square plus 5x plus 7 equal to x minus 2 times some polynomial qx plus remainder r. So putting x is equal to 2 both side and getting the r. And
That's also one logic. What he is saying that you have this whole polynomial, this is equal to, so you have this whole polynomial, this is equal to x minus 2 multiplied by some q of x, this q of x we don't know, plus some r of x, right? So here if you substitute x is equals to 2, you will get that your r of x is nothing but this p of 2, right? Because your r of x is nothing but a real number. That's why it's
Can
just
I
equal
speak?
to p of 2. So
I just
remainder,
wanted to,
yeah.
for any x minus c, p of c is equal to 0.
Condition.
Yeah, it's true for every polynomial. Because
Yeah,
see
madam.
here we have
Let
a,
me complete. Let me complete. For
yeah.
every x minus c,
P of C is equal to 0 means there is no remainder. If P of C leaves some remainder, then P of C is
That
equal
is
to
your
the
remainder.
remainder actually. This is the formula.
Right. This is the formula.
If
And
P
why
of
this
C is equal to 0, then C is the root of the polynomial.
C is the root
If
of
P
the
of C is not 0, then it is not a root and it is leaving this remainder.
Correct. That's the thing. Because what is happening, you are dividing by a linear factor. So whatever remainder you will get, that will be a real number because of the degree. So that means this P of x is actually equal to x minus c into some q of x plus your remainder r. So here remainder is a real number. So if you substitute x is equals to c in the above equation, you will get P of c is the remainder because this will become 0. That's why it's equal to P of c. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, how to factorize a quartic polynomial?
How to factorize a
Quartic polynomial.
quadratic?
Quartic. 4 degree is asking.
Oh, 4 degree. For 4 degree, there are actually two methods, but they are too long. So there is either you can use the Desmos
We can
graphing
solve it by
calculator.
taking common.
That's why I'm saying it depends to the expression of your polynomial. If it's a simple expression, you can just do it by hand, taking common or just using it and try or something. Right? But in general, if you have any 4 degree polynomial, it's actually very tough to find the roots. But you can use some basic logical things that taking common, right? By
No,
hit
if
and try methods.
it is one, then
Sorry, what?
if it's a complicated one, then what to do?
If it's a complicated one, the only thing is use Desmos calculator, the graphing calculator.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Ma'am, A comma E set, you can explain that equivalence relation.
Yeah, I can explain that. So let me see how many questions we have here. So this question I have just done. This is also we have done. This is also one list we have done. Which of the amount of us increases and decreases in the interval? So here you just have to use Desmos calculator. That's all.
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
This
is like using Desmos calculator allowed during exam?
No, in exam it's not allowed.
Ma'am,
But
graded assignment.
oh, sorry, it's a
Ma'am, can you
question.
please explain the concept of this question?
The what concept?
Yes, ma'am.
See, if you want to solve it by hand, then you have to draw each polynomial. I have explained how to draw such type of polynomials in the summary video, right? So you just have to make a picture of this polynomial, and then by the graph you can observe that among these interval what is actually happening. Okay, or else yeah, you just have to draw the polynomial and see. So if you want, so you have to draw 4 polynomials by hand because they are given in a nice factored form. We have done drawing the polynomial in detail in our summary video, right? Just go through that, draw each polynomial, and you can answer which of the functions are increasing or decreasing.
Can you please summarize?
After the graph, what we will see?
Just one by one. Yes, Shelly.
Ma'am, after drawing the graph,
Again, I am not able to understand what you are saying. So if you say so you can just go and watch that video. There we have summarized it in detail.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So this question I have already done that a rock is thrown in a pond and create circular replies whose radius increase rated to 0.2 meter per second. What will be the value of A by pi where A is the area after 25 seconds? Okay. So here just simple logic is 0.2 is the increasing rate. So after 25 seconds, we have to check. So that is the radius will be 0.2 into 25. So that is 10 will be the radius. So the area will be pi r square. That is pi into 10 square, which is 100. So a by pi will be 100. Right? That's how we solve this question. So because the increase rate of change is given to you per second. And so that means after 25 seconds, what will be the radius? It's simply 0.2 into 25.
Ma'am, if
0.2.
rate of area change it is asked, then we are differentiating area.
Means?
If we are given with a dA by dt, if rate of change of area is asked, then we are differentiating pi r square.
Yeah, but here it says that whose radius increase at a rate of 0.2 meter per second. Right? So that means after 25 second, what will be the radius? Because area is given can be computed by pi r square.
Okay, ma'am, only that much is the solution.
Because I have done a little calculation mistake there. So it's 0.2 multiplied by 25 actually. So which is 5. Right? So 5 square you have to do. So that is 25.
Ma'am,
So that
and
means
do you think I have to ask that a comma e, if we are given with, then it's a equivalence relation or not? Because if a comma e or b, you can say a comma b.
A comma B. But there should be some condition over A and B.
Ma'am, it's a symmetric relation. Yes?
A comma B. Only A comma B. I can't say anything about the set. First of all, it's a relation, so it's defined on which set. What are the condition on A and B?
If it is defined on A cross A.
See, equivalence relation means it should be three things: symmetric plus transitive plus reflexive.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So if you can check that if this relation is all three, then it is a equivalence relation.
Ma'am, we are given with, I read somewhere, if we are given with A comma B or only single set, then we are assuming that and giving a benefit of doubt it is symmetric and transitive.
Okay. So you are saying that it's a relation with only one element, A comma B.
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
correct? So if it's a relation only with one element, so yes, it's not reflexive although.
Okay, so we are not considering reflexive. So it's not equivalence.
Because reflexive means A comma A type of pair should be there for every A in A. Right?
Yes,
So if
ma'am.
it's a relation with a single pair, because it's not reflexive, we cannot say it's an equivalence relation.
If it would be A comma A, then we can think of it.
Then we can think of it, but if then only you need your set to be one singleton A.
Yes.
Because if there are any other element in your set A where the relation is defined, then we have to check for others too.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it transitive?
This is transitive because in transitivity we say na, that if we can't find A comma B and B comma C, then there is nothing to say that it's false, so we can say that it's true.
Okay.
Okay, so we are left with one question now. I mean two questions. One question I have left here. I'll discuss that too. Okay, so we can discuss it these questions in the next session and solve it a session because we are already running out of time. Okay, so we'll discuss the left over questions in the next session. So I'll take the screenshot of those which I have.
According to that calendar, you will take that session.
Yeah, according to the calendar, we'll take the sessions. Okay. Just take from here. So tomorrow we have solve with us for week 4, right? So in that solve with us session, I if I'll take, I can discuss, or else anyone can discuss. The other ma'am can discuss these questions. Okay.
Ma'am, what
Ma'am,
is the
ma'am, just
short?
requesting if there can be at least one math session every day, because all of us having so many doubts, and some days are there when there is no math
Yes,
session
ma'am.
of any form.
Every day I cannot guarantee, because every day it's very difficult, because we are already having so many sessions. So there are 3 TA sessions and 3 instructor sessions. So overall you have 6 sessions, right? So in a day you can have 2 sessions. So today there was 1 TA session, right? So I would say every day would be too much for you guys too, because let me see your calendar first. So see, today we have 2 sessions. Thursday, Friday we don't have any math session, right? Sunday also we have math session. Monday we don't have maths. We don't have maths session. So
Yes, ma'am. See, 3 days a week we don't have any maths, and like there are so many of us, we have questions, and then
yeah, but in weekdays the working professions cannot join the session. That's why we haven't taken so many lectures on weekdays.
Ma'am,
Uh,
in these sessions, doubts are cleared or only concepts are brushed up?
Doubts are also cleared. So in TA session, you can ask doubt about activity, practice, all things. So in TA session are just for doubts and solving some questions only. So it's not like summary sessions. I'll suggest join TA sessions too.
Ma'am,
Because
what will be there in tomorrow's session?
tomorrow session will solve some question, and whatever leftover doubts are there, you can take those.
Yeah, and I have a request. You mentioned about summary session and the weekend for the working profession. Could we request this summary session to be pushed on a Sunday instead?
On Sunday.
Yeah,
See,
because like it's on a Tuesday.
if we do summary session on Sunday, then the doubt clearing session will be on Tuesday, right?
When is summary sessions conducted?
It's on every Tuesday, but you are suggesting that should take summary session on Sunday, right?
Yeah, that will be because like we will have a chance to at least follow your lecture and so on. And for
Uh,
the because if we miss the summary on Tuesday, it's too late and
yeah, that's
ma'am, but otherwise, ma'am, if summary session is on Sunday, it will be too early, because Friday only
Yes.
the new topic is released, and then on Sunday
Yes,
it is too
ma'am.
early for us to
To
grab.
go on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's why it's on Tuesday. And also, after summary session only we can discuss doubt. So if you suggest that we can have a summary session on next Sunday, that also not possible. So that's why we have taken on Tuesday. So you can follow the recorded lectures if.
and for example, like you will have this coming Wednesday is this thing deadline for week 4 submission. Am I right?
Right.
A summary for week 5 on Tuesday.
Yeah, summary for week 5 is on Tuesday, because content will release on Friday only.
Yes.
So that's.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, this upcoming Tuesday, which week summary will be conducted?
Week
For
5.
recorded lessons, the access were not given, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I'll ask them to give you the access. Recorded TA lectures, right?
No, ma'am. Even in the today evening session, also they said the access was given, but it was not given, ma'am. For the first 2 weeks, I was asking. From week 2 sessions, I was asking. It was not given.
Are
For
you
other
trying with your
subjects, the
IIT
recorded
Madras?
session.
Are you trying with your
Yes,
IIT
yes,
Madras
yes.
email ID?
No, I am a qualified student. I am not having IIT Madras
Okay.
ID.
Uh,
I'm having my using my personal ID.
okay.
Because for other subjects, the recording sessions were given in the calendar. We can able to open that. I mean, I can able to open that. Only for Max, this issue was there. For Zoom meeting, YouTube link was there. I can able to access it. For that evening TA sessions, the recording session, they have given some Google sheet. From that, I'm not able to open it because it is asking you don't have access. You request access like that. I'm getting a message.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it'll be better that we follow. I mean, we clip onto the calendars so that everybody can have access that because this sheet also like
Yeah,
if somebody is
yes,
missing that
ma'am.
we are
Because
not aware.
for all the other subject, it is there.
Hmm. Okay, yeah,
For all the other subject is there, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll ask
Because
to solve this.
we will not repeat the same doubts in all this. It will be waste of time for others also.
Correct.
So please, can you please look into that? Yeah.
I'll tell them
If
to.
it is possible, please add that in calendar
Hmm.
because already 4 weeks are gone.
Right.
But still the access was not there for week 3 also. The access was not there.
Yeah, I'll ask them to give you the access.
Ma'am,
Excuse me,
ma'am.
Yes, sir. Should be.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, is there any mock test is conducted for our phase 1 examination?
Yeah, we'll give you the mock test after some days.
Ma'am,
Yes, Nikunj.
ma'am, I wanted to ask how many questions will be there in maths in quiz 1?
There will be 13 to 15th or yeah, more than 13th question you can say.
Per subject?
Per subject. Yeah, for maths I'm talking. Other subject I don't know.
And ma'am, is there any time limit for each section? Like for maths, we have to solve in this
No,
much
no,
time
no. That's
only.
So I think uh, there is no time limit for each section. You can take less time to solve English or other subject, and you can have time for maths. So you can discuss this thing over TAs because TAs are our former students, so they have gone through the exams, right? So you can ask this exam related doubt that how the exams are conducted, what will be the time to them. Because I haven't gone through
Okay,
the
ma'am.
exam, so I just know the formal things. But you can ask them; they will give you the tips that how to go through the exam, right? I'll
Excuse me,
also
ma'am. And one thing I am saying, if we are on the deadline of 2 July, 2nd July, we have to submit the week 4 graded assignment. So I'm working on week 4. But you are saying a week 5 summary will be discussed on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I am 1 week behind.
No, actually, week on this Friday, on the 4th of July, right? Week 5 content will be released.
Yes, ma'am.
So no, on next Tuesday we don't have week 5 summary.
Ma'am, week 5 content is already released.
Yes, it is already released.
Oh, already released. So that means on 27 it is released. So you guys are supposed to, yeah. So you have to watch the videos. Although if you don't watch the videos of week 5, that's okay. Because week 5, whatever content is there, I'll cover all things in the summary lecture.
So this upcoming Tuesday,
Yeah, on upcoming Tuesday.
it will be of week 5 summary.
Yes, it will be of week 5 summary because we can't stay back, right? I mean, they will release content on every Friday. So no matter if you have quizzes or everything, you have to go. Although we can try to switch it with revision session. So I'll check the schedule and let you know in tomorrow's session that what will be the upcoming sessions schedule.
Ma'am, is week 6 content is also released before our examination?
Correct. It will be released on Friday. It happens every time because no matter you have your exam, but content will released on every Friday. There's no gap in releasing the content.
Ma'am, I am on week 4. Is it okay? Or I have to increase my pace?
No, it's okay. Until and unless you are not missing any graded assignment deadline, you are okay.
And weekly mocks are graded or bonus?
They are weekly mock.
Which is released in not maths but stats.
No, I don't think they are graded. But ask to the stat instructor, are they are giving any points over that mock or not? But we are not giving any
I have to ask.
grading over mock.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Imani.
Ma'am, I am the student of qualifier. So, in the exam, I'll be writing till week 4, right?
Yeah.
So, my 13 July, it will be it is having content of week 5 also.
Yeah.
So, what will happen if I don't submit the week 5 content in other weeks till 13 July?
What will happen is your final score can be calculated by your graded assignment score and all those things, right? So it can affect that, but not with much. Okay, is there any term student present which can guide Emily?
There are two things possible. Like if you want to continue the course after the qualifier, you should keep going with your submission of grade big 5 and so on. But if you want to wait for the result and to know what is that, again, there is an option that once you qualify, you can start in the next semester. That is possible.
It means if I want to continue just after qualifier, I have to do week 5 and week 6 also.
Yes, that is how. Again, you kindly check with the student document because every semester there can be some changes in the criteria. For the qualifier criteria, I'm not aware of it. Please go through the document. They would have specified that what is the case for qualifier students. The normal cases, if you want to continue after in the same semester, then you keep submitting it, and once once the results are out, then you can continue. By the time your results are out, I think you will be in week 6 or something of that kind, week 7 if I'm right. So you can continue the course in the same semester. Or if you feel that you need to wait for the result of the this thing, whatever the qualifier exam, then I think you can once you pass, if you don't submit grade from week 5, I think you will be able to continue with the next semester. And that is the criteria, if I'm right. It was the criteria, but this time I'm not sure how it's going to work out.
If I wait for the result of qualifier, then 2-3 weeks content will be left behind. So graded assignment also left. So it may affect my score.
Yes, that is it. Your final score will be affected. So that is the case. So if you wish to continue the course, keep on going with the pace of the course, and after your result, then you can go.
So
But
how
if you
can
have
I prepare? How can I prepare for 13 July exam? When I will going with the week 5 and week 6 content?
That is even for whether you are a qualifier or whether the normal is going to be the more or less the same normal, right? Like for example, that is what this semester only. I think only this semester only this happens like this. That you have this week ahead, 1 week ahead or something of the kind before the exam. Normally it will
Yeah.
be normally it won't be the case.
No, normally also in general they passed.
They
I
pass.
mean, for quiz 1, quiz 2, this thing happens that
Yeah,
they will
and
release week 5.
second part is like this also had that the what do you call the IIT festival for 3 weeks, and so there is
That
kind of
paradox, because of paradox, it
things
got delayed actually.
paradox.
Okay.
But I mean, it's not a thing you can. It's only a 1 week thing. June 9th is the deadline for the week 5, so you'll be preparing for week 4. That is sure. But that 1 week you can do it. But if you feel that no, I need to wait for it for the result, you can skip the submission of grade 5. I mean week 5.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because for all the subjects it's going to be more or less same if I'm right. Not only for math. For even
Excuse
for
me.
stat you will have even for
When
stat also you will have the stat and CT also it will be the same, right?
yes.
So
When
again
I'll
there
be
are two
having
things.
my
See, again there
when I
are two things. Sorry to interrupt. Let me finish. There are also two things. One is that if you do not submit, for example, math, you are not submitting. If you can actually, there is a possibility that after you qualify, then you can drop the math course if you feel that the score. Then you can continue the math in the next semester. That is also possible.
in that case, I'll be suppose I took maths 1 in the term 2 semester.
See, now you have 4 subjects. Am I right? That is the criteria. You will write all the 4 subjects for your qualifier. And all the 4 subjects, once you clear, you will be you can continue that. Then they will send a mail whether you want to continue this course or we want to continue in this semester or in the next semester. That is one part. Second part is whether you out of the 4 you can take your there is one mandatory course you have to take if you want to continue the course in the same semester. So let's say that you are you plan for if you feel that you are not fine with math and stat and all this thing, you just take English for the semester. Then for the next semester onwards, you can take the rest. So you continue the course like that.
I wanna ask that if I take maths in next semester, so I have to cover all those weeks which are left behind.
Yes, that is what the case. If you are going to skip this semester, then you are expected to continue redo all the from week 1 to week 4 next semester. But if you continue, this score will be added, and you will continue with the end term.
Okay, thank you.
Not only for math, all the 4 subjects the same criteria.
Okay.
You have the grading document, am I right? The BS grading document, you have access for that, am I right?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Check the grading document. There on the student book also. You're welcome.
Ma'am, I
Yes,
have a
Sasha.
doubt how to access the recorded TA sessions which held in last week, because I'm not a qualified student. I am enrolled in that batch. So,
Okay.
so how I can access that directly?
They have given you some sheet with links, right?
Yes.
From that you can access. Just request access, or I'll ask them to give access to everyone so that you guys
I
can.
have a request. Could you ask the TA to? Is it possible that you can share it via email? This link.
Ma'am, something
Excel sheet.
like mobile number, phone numbers are given, not that perfect link.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can ask TAs to share it.
Yes, ma'am.
Via the
that
mail
will
too.
Yeah, that will be fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then see you guys in the next session.
Thank you so much.
Yep.